Good
morning, everyone. The High Court Chamber of International Crimes and Transborder Crimes will sit today on the following case. And this is a case of Sankara and co-accused who are accused of crimes of terrorism. Be it recorded that all the co-defendants are present, all the lawyers are present, the prosecutor as representatives is also here, and those who are who will plead on their own, and those who have their lawyers, and all the registrars are present. We had given some time to the prosecution to answer the arguments presented by the accused in their defense, but as you have noted, there are two people, Nyirababyeyi Desire and Habimana Zelot, who are suing for compensation. And there are also the three witnesses that we mentioned yesterday. And then the prosecution will reply to the arguments that were put forward last time. Now, Nyirababyeyi Desire, are you present? If you are, please step forward. Are you Nyirababyeyi Desire? Please, my name is Nyirababyeyi Desire. I'm sorry, I think there was a spelling error. So your name is Nyirababyeyi Desire. Your father, Oscar. Your mother, Mukamukiza Sifora. Your date of birth, 1999. The date and the month, if you know them. On the 1st of January. Where do you live? In the cell of Mijina, Gihira, Agacurabwenge. What district is that? District of Kamonyi. And the province, Southern Province. Fine, we have seen your case. You say that you want to sue for compensation. You have already appealed. Can you explain your case in a few words? Who are you accusing? What for? I think you've already given the summary of your case. I am suing RUSESABAGINA and co-accused. Go ahead. And I'm accusing them because I want compensation following the attack of their soldiers. I was driving an Alpha car from Rusizi to Kigali. When I reached Nyungwe, it was around 6 p.m., I think 10 minutes or 15 minutes to 6, and then I found armed people who are not Rwandan soldiers had set up a roadblock. And I noted that before I arrived there, a car had been stopped, they were shooting at it, and in fact they were setting fire on it. And I just somehow came up to them, from a border and from a turn in the road. And then they looked around, they saw me, and they said, "Get that man, get that driver." And I said to myself, but who are these armed people? They are not Rwandan soldiers. How can they beat up people, burn their cars? I said, what is this? So I heard them say, get that man. I said, no, I'm not going to start. I will go on, and they can kill me, but I won't stop. And then I reached that car that was burning. It was another, the second car there. The car in front of me was in front, and I said, well, I will go. So I drove for 200 meters. They were shooting at the car. Very many bullets. So in 200 meters, and I was just going, my tires were burst, but eventually they shot at it, and then my car went off the road, and I hit some trees. So I broke the windshield. It wasn't broken. I broke the windshield, and I went out to the car through the windshield, and I told the people who were with me, I said, run. These are no soldiers, these are criminals. So they all ran out with me. We went into the forest. Some of them were wounded, and some were seriously wounded. Of course, they couldn't come out, but I didn't turn back. And those who were slightly wounded came with me. We went into the forest. And they said, but why are you running? You are running. But these are soldiers, and you're refusing to stop. I said, no, these are not our soldiers. They are shooting at people. Can you see? Our car is burning. If they were the Rwandan army, they wouldn't do that. They will help the people instead of shooting at them. And I said, but haven't you seen that they set up a roadblock? And this roadblock, I said, this is not a Rwandan army roadblock. So I said, let us run. If they kill us, but at least we will have run. So eventually, the car then, we left it there, and some of us were left behind, those who were seriously wounded. And then we went into the forest, and by that time it was 2, or rather 8 p.m., and the army, the Rwandan army were there. They were looking for us. They said, don't be afraid, come out. And so I was hiding in a bush. Others had run away further, and so I came out. So they said, who are you then? I said I was the driver of that car. They said, what happened? I said, oh, please, just first give me a drink of water. Said, no, if you were wounded, you shouldn't drink. First, let us go back and, no, excuse me, you didn't say you were shot at, because you had not explained. When were you shot at? No, they were just shooting. They were just shooting anyhow on the car, and I was shot in the foot. In fact, I have a splintered bone, and they said maybe I shouldn't be operated. They left it there because they said it's dangerous to operate it Now, when were you shot? Or at what point? Well, you know, when I left the car that was burning, and they were standing by the roadside, and they were just shooting, you know, and they eventually hit me on the foot. I still have a splinter in the foot. Anyway, please proceed. Now, the soldiers there in the Rwandan army, they said, come with us, show us where you were shot at. Oh, by the way, before I made the army, there was another car that had come. He didn't know what was happening, and he stopped, but it was also shot at. And they said apparently there was a soldier in that car. He also shot back. And it was a Trans-Africa truck, and I had already run out, but I could watch what was happening. So this soldier shot at these people, and they were afraid, and they also ran into the bush. Anyway, before I came back to the road with the army, Rwandan army, I saw some cars or buses. I said, well, I had said to the people, well, we have to come out, and this is the army, we have to go to them and get help. So they were also stopped, and they were looking at what was happening. So they said to me, who are you? I said, well, I was a driver of that car, that Alpha truck. By the way, I had already removed my clothes. I was naked. And they said, well, why are you naked? I said, no, I'm the driver of that car. They shot at us. And so they said, who were the people driving? You were driving. I said, they're there. So they said, go and call them. Tell them that we are here. We'll help them. So we brought the people, even those who were wounded. The army had called the ambulances, and they took us to Kigeme. When we got to Kigeme Hospital, they helped us. Those who were seriously wounded went to the larger hospital, and those who were slightly wounded were just treated on the spot. In fact, there were lots of people at that place. And they x-rayed me, and they saw that I had, my bones were splintered. In the foot, they didn't operate the foot, the sole of my foot. But those that, you know, I was shot also on the leg, and those wounds were operated. So I am suing for compensation for those wounds, and now I can't, as you know, I can't drive, and I'm a driver by profession. I cannot drive, and therefore my family is really suffering. And yes, thank you. Thank you. Now, we read that you're claiming 1,037 million for compensation. Can you explain that point? Well, I don't know. I don't think I can read properly what I wrote, but I can explain you verbally. As you can see, I'm handicapped. Yes, do explain. Do explain. And the doctors also wrote about your handicap. We have all right, yes. Now, the compensation that I'm asking for. Where do I begin, sir, reading in my text? Where can you help me, please? Somebody can help me read, because really reading is difficult for me. Ah, you can't read? Yes, I can, but I find it difficult to know where to begin if you want a summary. Okay, then explain that in your own words. Don't read. Explain in your own words, and don't read if you find it difficult. So do you know you did that? No, somebody wrote for me, a lawyer. I asked a lawyer to write it for me. Okay. So, but you know what he wrote? Can you explain in your own words? Well, I have my lawyer, sir. Can I ask my lawyer? No, but I asked you, and the registrars wrote that you want to plead on your own. You don't want a lawyer. No, isn't that what you said when you were? You know, the people who registered your case. No, I didn't speak to anyone, he says. Oh, but because of course you came, you talked to somebody. In fact, you came to my office. Yeah, I know. There are people who came to Nyamasheke. No. I mean the registrars. What I mean is that when you came to the court, you spoke to someone. When you submitted your case, you spoke to someone, didn't you? No. The person who spoke to you, he spoke to you in my presence. He called you on the phone and you discussed. No, I don't think so.
Okay, reka tugufashe.
Well, now let me help you. You know, in fact, there are other questions that you were asked, and they registered your explanations, and you explained, and they wrote what you said. But don't worry. Let me ask the registrar to remind you of the items that you put in your case. Okay. Thank you, he says. Let me ask my colleague, because we have your paper, the one you wrote. You said I think you asked for, was it 50 million or more? So you see, you come to before the court, you have to explain your case yourself. Now, sir, you explained what happened to you, but you have not explained why you asked that amount of compensation. First, you asked compensation for you having been handicapped, and you also to continue your treatment because you still have some bullets in your leg. Okay. Now, you requested for a minimum of 50 million francs for treatment. Okay, so now please, can you explain why you asked for 50 million? Well, here, my foot, yes, no, don't show us. Don't show us. We have the doctor's letter. We know the extent of your wound. Just explain why you wanted that money. Yeah, because the doctor told me that this was permanent, a permanent injury and a permanent handicap. I can no longer drive even from here to Remera. And he said this is a permanent injury. And in fact, I may even have problems because a splinter that is in the sole of my foot was not operated on because they told me it would be dangerous. I even asked them to transfer me to Kanombe Hospital, and the doctor said, no, this you have to remain with it. Sometimes there were times maybe where it can move because it is very close to sensitive nerves. They told me that it is a nerve where nerves meet. All right, I understand. But why do you ask for money to be operated on when the doctor said he can't operate? No, because, a time may come when I have to go back to hospital for treatment. I have to keep being treated. So why then 50 million? Why not 100 million or 5 million or 10 million? Or 1 million. Why did you ask for 50 million? When the doctor wrote about my handicap, he said it was a permanent injury and I will be handicapped for life. All right. Okay. Thank you. Now, the other, you asked for further compensation about your reputation. You were maltreated, you spent your night in the forest suffering, and you said that for that you're requesting a compensation 20 million. All right, can you explain why? What's the basis? What's the basis? How did you come to 20 million? Well, the 20 million that I asked for, it is because I was humiliated. I was humiliated. I had to go and sleep in the forest. I was wounded. I had been shot at, and I was thoroughly humiliated. And this is why I want compensation. Now, if it is not a secret, are you insured? What insurance, medical insurance, do you use? Is it Rama, Mutuel, Rama? I'm under Rama insurance. Very well. Now, there are other compensations that you're requesting. What are they based on? You asked for compensation for your handicap. You said you are a driver, you were shot on the left foot or left leg, foot and leg, and therefore you can't drive, and you are asking for compensation for the handicap, but also for the incapacity to exercise your profession, which is that of a driver. So you ask for 5,000 a day, multiply by 30 days a month, and then multiply by 12 months, multiply by 37 years. In total, 66,600,000. All right, francs. Now, what's your age? I was born in 37, 19. I'm age 37, rather. Now, I was, during my treatment, I used to pay for myself, the transport to and from hospital. And I was living in Butare at the time, and they said, but you have to be closer to the hospital. You go to Rukoma. No, listen, we're asking for your explanation for the compensation. You say 50,000 per day, multiply by the 30 days of a month, then by 12 months a year, and then your age, that is 37. How did you calculate that? What is the basis? Well, I can't work now. I'm not employable because I am not healthy. As I explained earlier, I can no longer drive and nobody can give me a job because I'm handicapped. Because when I used to work in Changugu, I used to work a whole week, and now I can't even drive for a day.
Maybe they didn't clarify. But he calculated the years that I should have worked until when, and I haven't worked ever since then. I don't have a job. So that's how you have explained it. The court will decide on that. Let me go to the last part of your compensation request. The other compensation is regarding the case, which is equal to 1 million Rwandan francs. That compensation, as you can see, excuse me, could you repeat? I have said the last compensation claim is to do with this case, which is equal to 1 million. I don't really understand what you're trying to say. It's the money you're asking for, the compensation you're asking for regarding this case. It's you who has claimed this. So we have to understand, if you just claimed and you don't understand why you're claiming for this amount, we can't understand. So please explain to us, because we need to understand why this 1 million. I asked the lawyer to help me reach here, this figure. Have you paid your lawyer? My lawyer is actually here. We had the same problem in that forest. But that's private, that's personal. We just need you to explain. Even if they helped you, you are the one claiming for compensation, and you're claiming for 1 million for this case. Are you requesting for it? Yes, I am. So explain why you're requesting for this 1 million. How can you explain this 1 million request? Well, this 1 million is for, say, following it on the radio. No. These are expenses. This is not for the people following this case. It's for the expenses, it's for the transport, it's for all your needs as you attend this hearing, this case, how much you have spent. It has nothing to do with what you think or what you just said. All right, I understand. So this 1 million is for my transport as I come to this hearing. But then why 1 million? That's the question. Why 1 million? Can you break it down? Well, on a day, let me give an example. I came to Nyanza when these hearings were in Nyanza. I paid transport. These are transports that I will use and I have used previously. So when we calculate this, we don't necessarily want details. We want to know how many times, for example, to Nyanza, how many times you've come to Kigali, have you come by private transport here? The court cannot rule on something that we don't understand the details. All right, we will just consider the explanations you've given. Do you have any other comment I see someone was raising their hand. Thank you, the President of the Court. I was asking if we could help this witness later to understand this. I'll consult with my colleagues, then we'll come to that. You can approach the bench again. Ngirababyeyi, you have heard what the lawyer has requested. Mukashema Marie-Louise, for the purpose of justice, she's asking that they help you and to also assist. Do you find any hindrance in this? No, I would not refuse any legal aid. She wants to give, she's offering legal aid. Do you have anything to elaborate? Maybe do you want to assist him with the figures that he presented? Yes, Honorable President of the Court. It's to do with the compensation that he's asking for. He couldn't connect the figures with the law. We would like to help him. We would like to help him combine the two, his compensation requests and what the law states on this. And clearly what happened to him, his experience could still be affecting him now. I think for the purpose of justice, there is no problem. You can help him, and there is no issue. Thank you, President of the Court. Did you want to elaborate further on your claims besides the offer made by the lawyer to assist you? Do you feel like you have anything else to tell the court? No, there's nothing. Thank you very much. Please take a seat. Do not leave, because we'll need you to sign after this hearing. Habimana Zelot. We want to call Habimana Zelot to the front.
Habimana, we get a micro now.
Habimana Zelot, approach the microphone. Is that your name? Tell us your names and your parents' names. When were you born? I was born in 91. What the date and the month? January 1st. Where do you live, in what cell? I live in Karagizwa, in Kigenge, and Zaha sector. What district? Rusizi. What's the province? It's in the Western Province. We have also received your claim for compensation. We also read your submissions. We'll ask you to read through your submissions as we have done previously. So I would like to give you time to explain to the court your claim. Thank you very much. I was working in Alpha Expense. I was based in Butare. On the 15th of December 2018, I went to Cyangugu. I was attending a wedding and to visit my parents. On the same date, we went through the forest. We had passed a place called Senhoko. And as we moved ahead, I was in a car, an Omega car, heading to Cyangugu. In the deep forest, these assailants attacked us. They didn't stop us. The driver took a turn, and then they started shooting at us. When they started shooting at us, I thought this was something ordinary, but I realized that these were not the Rwandan army. These were assailants. As we moved forward, I saw that the person who was sitting in front of me was shot and they died on the spot. So what they did to us in the car, they threw in a rocket and so many gunshots at us. I was near the door. So they approached us and they were saying, some were speaking Swahili, others were speaking Kirundi, and they said, open the door. It came to my mind later. I regained consciousness later. One of them had a very long knife. So I was thinking, I opened the door, they all come in the door, they'll probably stab all of us. And I said, no, I should not do anything. So he asked me to open the door and I refused. When I refused, what he did, he shot at the top of the bus, at the top of the door. And I took cover, and then he shot again. Then he shot beneath, and the door opened. When the door opened, they shot all of us. We started running. I was shot at the head, above my eye, and on my hand, arm. When things got even more intense, they took what we had. They even asked us to carry what we had, and they took us down the forest. When they took us down the forest, we walked for a distance. I would say we walked for a 6-hour distance, 6 and 8 hours distance in the forest. They took us. After taking us, they were beating us on the way. They were beating us with sticks. They were beating us with the guns. They were asking us, are you Rwandans? Are you Congolese? Are you Burundians? You couldn't explain anything. So they kept directing us, and we were bleeding. We reached where we were going. It was around midnight, 1 a.m. That's when we reached our destination, and that's where their base was. They left us there and went. We don't know where they went, but it was very late. When they left us there, what we did, we said, though they have left us here, they might come back and kill us. you can never know what they come up with. So we stayed there, but we decided to start moving slowly by slowly. We walked back to where they had shot us from, and it was a distance of, we took at least 2 hours. And then it is then that we had the Rwandan soldiers speaking, and we asked ourselves, what if it's the same attackers? What if they've come back to kill us? One of the soldiers came and introduced himself to us, and we asked for any symbols that he is a Rwandan soldier. Because if you understand, even the assailants had on military apparel. So the Rwandan soldier showed us the Rwandan flag and everything, and we then understood that he had come to save us. It is then that we could still see that we were bleeding. I personally was carried by 3 Rwandan soldiers, and they took me up the road. When they took me up the road, because I had bled a lot, they injected me, and they covered me with bandage on the head where I had been shot, and another bandage on the arm where I had been shot, and another one in the back, and also on my hip. After the first aid they gave us, they took us to Kigali Hospital. And Kigali Hospital helped us because I was very ill. In the next morning, they took us to CHUB Hospital. They had taken us to Kigali on the 15th. On the 16th, I went to CHUB. On the 16th, when I went to CHUB Hospital, I was hospitalized. I was treated. I spent there, I think, around 10 days. After treating us, they helped us. After helping us, I went back home. When I returned back home, I didn't feel well. To me, life had come to an end, had ended. I couldn't work anymore. Actually, I lost my job. Life became difficult. So later on, I went back to the hospital at CHUB. I was operated. I was given an appointment for an operation. I went there on the 31st January 2019. That's when I was operated. That's when I was operated for the removal of the fragments. After the 31st of January, after my operation, I left the hospital and went back home. I was bandaged. I said I couldn't stay in the hospital. And I kept feeling that life wasn't good for me. The doctor had also told me that if I ever feel not well, I should return to CHUB to receive an appointment to go for further treatment at Kanombe Hospital. So it was in that time, the work that I was doing, I could heavy lift 50 kilograms of any objects. That was before I was shot. But now I can't even lift 20 kilograms. In the work that I used to do, I could work at least 15 hours. But now, I can't even do 5 hours or exceed 5 hours, 6 hours. But because the first issue is that I can't stand 1 hour under sunlight, I feel like I'm about to run or faint, and I can't lift heavy objects anymore. I don't feel well. That's why all that I've mentioned, I'm asking for compensation for all of that. Now, can you explain to us the details around the compensation claims that you've made? Each item and why that amount? You explained your compensations in your submissions. So I'm asking for compensation because I need further treatment for the back. I need to have more fragments removed from my body. I also need to be checked again. It would require around 50 million for treatment. I don't know if that would also be enough. How do you calculate that amount? How do you come to the figure of 50 million? 50 million for treatment is that I could get treatment in different places, different hospitals. I could get treatment from India or the United States. And that's why the amount requested might actually not be enough. Carry on, please. Compensation for 20 million is for the offenses and the object I was asked to carry, the journey I took in the forest, the beatings, and walking that long distance when it wasn't in my plan for the day. Then 68 million, I think that's where you are. 68 million and 400,000 Rwandan francs is to do with the calculations around when people go for their retirement. I was working previously for 5,000 per day. 5,000 times 30 days times 12 months times 38 years. That's why they are 68,400,000. This is calculating from the time I was short to what I would need and how I would live in my retirement. Carry on, please. I'm also asking for compensation for this case, following this case, 1 million Rwandan francs. And in this 1 million Rwandan francs, there is... This is following the case, transport, following on TV. As you understand, Your Honor, President of the Court, this will take time and expenses around this case. Also for the court fees. I have a question regarding the 50 million Rwandan francs for treatment. Did you ask a specific hospital where you intend to go for treatment to have a specific amount? You understand that you can't ask when you don't have the funds, when you don't have the cash. So this is an approximate figure? As I have said, it can be a lot or it can be less. I need to get treatment, and I think that's clear. But it could be more or it could be less. President of the court, I'm kindly requesting. Hold on. We have some questions. You said you were working for Alpha Express. Alpha Express. This is an agency, a transport agency that takes people from Kigali to Butare. What did you do?
Controller.
I was a controller for the company. How much were you making as a controller of the company? I was paid 180,000, and I was given food allowance equaling to 3,000 francs per day. There is a question that we kept coming back to. The 50 million, are you asking the court to just work around an approximate figure, that it can be a lot, it can be less? The court wants to know specifically why that figure. So you haven't presented anything to the court, any communication with any given hospital, if it's CHUB or if it's what hospital where, how much it's going to cost in a month or 2 months, getting you treated for any specific issue. What are you telling the court? You're telling the court that you just took 50 million, which is an estimate. Should the court judge on estimates? That's what the court wants to know. I didn't give an estimate. I said one can go for treatment in India or in the US, and you know the expenses, the flight tickets. You are the one who has to present this to us. We are not supposed to estimate, because we can ask or we can assume that CHUB can do it. They can even give you the exact figures of how much this could cost. That's why the court is asking, this is an estimate. Why an estimate of 50 million? Why not 60? Why not 120 million? Why not 10 million? Why this specific estimate?
Oh, I don't get your question, sir. Can you please repeat? Yes. You see, what we want to know, what the court wants to know, is why that amount of 50 million? Because you yourself say it can be less or more than what you need. But how did you calculate that? Did a hospital tell you, look, this is what you need to pay? Or how did you come to that amount? Well, I think depending on my wounds, when I look at my wounds and my handicap, I think it will cost that much. Very well, say the court. Now, so what else are you requesting? Well, I'm requesting for my case to be tried. I am suing for compensation for damages, and I want you to tell me that you will take my case and that I will get that money as compensation or damages. Thank you. Very well. Now, the total of your damages is over 39 million, and then later on you say that it should be 130,400,000, because there is a difference of almost 9,000 in the two amounts. Which one is the real amount? Well, I don't know. Maybe there is a mistake in the calculation. No, but you say there is a mistake, but you wrote that. Yeah, maybe I made a mistake. No, but what? Okay, can you tell us exactly now what you want? Do you want 139 million, or do you want 139,400,000, sir? That's what I'm asking for. Very well, thank you. Anything else that you would like the court to know? Well, I should like to add that first, we cannot plead our own case. We are not capable of doing that. So can you help us find a defense lawyer to help us? This is my request. The bench is consulting. Yes, we're here consulting because we don't understand what you are asking for, because you've already explained your case. We understood it. And you also, Claude, the registrar Claude called you, you discussed with him. I was there with him when he called us. He called you and you said, oh, you don't want a defense lawyer. No, I was called by no one, sir. So, maybe he was calling the wrong persons. But anyway, he was sitting with me. I was sitting with him. I said, call these people and ask them for these specifications. Very well. Now, why do you want a defense lawyer? Because you've already explained your case and you what damages you want. Do you want them to maybe to write a better case, or maybe the paper you wrote, you're not happy with this? And then otherwise we can ask. Yes, I think maybe a lawyer can help me. But we have to ask him. We have to ask him whether he agrees. I'm just asking you whether you want a lawyer to help you. Very well. So is there a lawyer among the lawyers who can support him? Because he will have to write your case properly. You have already explained, but maybe the write-up. Yes, Your Honor, we will add him to the people we are defending. Very well. Your request has been granted. You have a lawyer now. You may sit down for a while. Don't go away because there are papers that you have to sign.
Okay, ngira ngo
Very well. Now, I think those additional people suing for damages have been heard. We may now proceed to those others, the other people who are suing for compensation or for damages, if there is anything they want to add. Gimba Vianney and co-defendants, please step forward.
Gimba Vianney.
Gimba Vianney, good morning. Good morning, sir. Can you stand, Gimba? Yes, I can, sir. Maybe not for too long, but I can stand for a while. Well, if you feel tired, we can ensure that you sit and rest. Now, you are suing for damages. Yes, sir. And you have a lawyer to defend you. Is there a lawyer or a representative, perhaps? But you decided that you should want to come personally and make your point. So introduce yourself. Bwimba Vianney. My father is Sebastian Bwimba, and my mother is Goretti Ngirabahizi. Date of birth, 2009. On 26 January. Where do you live? In Nyachonga village. And the cell is Nyamirambo. Nyamirambo district, Kayonza district, Eastern province. Now, since you are a defendant, you have already been sworn in. You may just now answer a few questions of clarification to explain what happened to you and what problems you had. We'll give you time to do that, but since you are on crutches, if you're tired, we'll give you a seat. Yes, sir. Very well, then go ahead. Now, we were going to a celebration from Rusizi to Kigali and onward to Kayonza for the festival with my family. When we reached the Nyungwe forest, there was a roadblock. There were other cars as well, but you see that Nyungwe road, as you know, is a very windy road, and sometimes you only see things when you come round a corner, suddenly you fall into that. So, yeah, just a moment, you're going too fast. You're going too fast because you have to be registered. Okay, now, can you, I think the registrar is a bit lost. Oh, go slow. So you were, no, where do you live? No, I was working in Rusizi. Your home is in Kayonza, Eastern Province. What were you doing in Rusizi? I am an animator. Very well, then begin. Not too fast. So, sir, I was then traveling in a car to Kigali, and when we reached the Nyungwe forest, there was a roadblock. I think it's a tree trunk across the road. So we said, maybe, you know, I saw these army people. These army people are, you want to check. I say that because, in fact, previously, on the previous leg, we had made proper army checkups. And so when we got there, we saw that people in weapons were beating people up, burning a car. Their car was being burnt. Right. Now, I was sitting on the third bench in the bus, third. And somebody came and said, open the door. So the driver looked around. I could also see him. He was, you know, a man with a dark complexion, you know, sort of thin. I said, open. And I saw he was being very forceful. And then, meanwhile, they shot somebody on the front of the bus. Excuse me, who shot who? Not in the car. No, they shot somebody in front of the car, but not one of us in the car, because they just wanted us to come out. So the driver said, no, these people are shooting. So he reversed, and they kept shooting. They even shot at the driver, and then he drove now forward. Okay, so he drove forward, and they kept shooting at us, and just as the car was reversing, I was facing this man who was telling us to come out of the car, and he shot me through the window, or through the door. He shot at my leg. But I didn't know I was shot at. You know, it was like an electrical discharge. Didn't know what it was. And then there was a girl behind me, and I wanted to hide under the bench, but my leg couldn't get away soon enough. I couldn't hide it, so they shot the leg, and then the driver reversed, and then he went forward. We were being shot at, but we didn't know what it was. Really, we didn't know. We just, very bizarre. Anyway, the car was shot at, and a tire burst, and it went off the road. It hit a tree, and then we came out through the windows. Because you know, with the impact against the tree, the car was somehow hanging over a ditch, but I came out. I was shot at, but I still felt enough strength. I tried to get out, but unfortunately I couldn't run, because then I realized that I had been shot in the thigh. and they had reached a nerve, and the young woman who was with me bandaged me, and then the other people were still shooting, and then they ran. She ran away. There was another man who was supporting me. They also ran, and but I couldn't run. So what I did, I dragged myself, and I decided to move a bit off the track that they have followed, and I hid under a bush, and I was praying for help, for God to help me. So this is why I could hear everything they were saying. So just a moment, what were they saying? They were speaking Kiswahili and Kinyarwanda, a mixture of Kinyarwanda and Kiswahili. And then I heard, just a moment, did you hear what they were saying? No, I just heard the sounds, but except one word. They say, Baraja Tujende, they are coming, let's go. And 15 minutes later, oh, just a moment. I was just saying that there was, in the car, there was a woman who couldn't get out. And the car was burning. And I was worrying. And I was hidden on the side. And then, meanwhile, there was another car that they wanted to arrest. And 15 minutes later, I had a kind of projectile being thrown, and then I could hear another car coming, and these people ran away. And then when I got next to the road, there was a military car, and then there were other soldiers that I could see, and they started running a bit, drizzling, and then the army came, the Rwandan army. They came, they collected us, put me in a car with first aid, took me to the hospital, but I was very badly wounded, so they took me to the teaching hospital. So in fact, I was very badly wounded. The doctor said, you are very lucky, because otherwise you could have been amputated, but I wasn't amputated. So I was in hospital, they operated, they cleaned my wound, and they dressed it. And the doctor said, well, unfortunately, this is a very serious handicap. Your leg will never be the same. So I used to have physiotherapy. Meanwhile, they said, well, look, you are at the Butare Teaching Hospital. You don't need to remain here. You can go somewhere that is closer to your home, because any hospital or any even health center can change your bandage and dress your wound and so on. So you don't need to remain so far from your home. So I went home, and it took a long time, and then eventually I went for physiotherapy, and they restored my nerves, and I could feel better. But there is a time also that I went to the hospital, Kanombe Hospital, and I went through a test, and I was sent to the Ndera Hospital. These were checks for the nerves. And they were not working very well. So they said, well, physiotherapy will help you, but there are better health centers or other hospitals that can treat you more professionally. Your leg, of course, will never be the same, but it can improve. Okay, so meanwhile, coronavirus came, and where movements were restricted. But in any case, I can no longer work. I can stand for a long time, because you see, my profession was, animator. I was actually, I was a master of ceremony, and I worked in that way. And this is a job where you have to stand. You can't be an MC if you don't stand. So my life is really spoiled. And I'm a young man. I was if I was a strong young man, and I would run around, look for jobs, survive, look after my family, and now I can't do it anymore. So my dreams are all completely ruined, and sometimes, you see, I feel depressed, because the nerve is the scientific nerve that comes from the sole of the leg, through the leg, and then up to the head. So he said, be very careful with your blood pressure. Don't let your blood pressure go up. And even now, my foot is, sometimes it swells up. There are times when it improves, but very, very frequently I'm in pain. And the doctor said, well, don't tax yourself. You do exercise and physiotherapy, but don't tax yourself. Now, sir, Your Honor, I had finished secondary school, high school. I had all my dreams. Your Honor, you can understand, if you had a son of my age, what it would mean. So this is what I wanted to say, sir, Your Honor. And yes, I should ask that, I conclude by saying that I think my life is broken. I can't move forward. So explain what you are doing. I am a professional master of ceremony and entertainer. And how physically, how do you feel now? Well, I'm in constant pain, Your Honor. It is a very, very serious accident, and I was wounded in many parts of the body. In fact, most of my body, as you say, is wounded on the thigh. You see, the fat, the thigh is a fatty tissue, and if I'm not treated properly and in good time, there are problems with the wound. It deteriorates, and also it has affected me mentally. I feel unwell. I feel depressed, and even lying down is a problem. It's only one position that I can lie in. Otherwise, I feel pain all over, everywhere. Thank you, Your Honor. This is what I wanted to say. Very well, very well. You may now sit. But just a moment. Is there anybody else who would want to ask a question? Maybe the defendants or the accused. Does anybody want to ask Vianney a question? Vianney Bwimba? I see no one. Vianney, you may sit. Please don't go out of the room, because there's something to sign. Okay, Tessie Alice, please come forward.
Ni Kaitesi Harisa.
Kaitesi Alice, good morning. Can you get closer to the microphone if they can help you? You're also one of the people claiming for compensation. You are represented by a lawyer. Let's ask you to first introduce yourself, your names. I'm Kaitesi Alice. I live in Nyakabanda, in the cells Kabuguru, in the sector of Nyakabanda, in the district of Nyarugenge, in the city of Kigali. Your parents' names? Kalisa Martin is my father's name. My mother is Nyirazamani Josephine. When were you born? I was born in 1995. We will not ask you to swear, but we want to hear your testimony, what happened to you, because you're also claiming for compensation. You will tell us your ordeal in details. Speak loudly but slowly for the registrar to write your testimony. Thank you very much. My name is Kaitesi Alice. I survived in Nyungwe. It was Saturday evening around 5 p.m. Approach the microphone. It was Saturday, 5 p.m. I was leaving Rusizi. We had left with a 4 p.m. bus. That was my first time going through Nyungwe. I didn't know the place. As we were coming, we found a roadblock. There were people who were saying, they were actually shouting, "Stop, stop, stop, stop." And they were insulting us, very vulgar. And then they started shooting at us. You were coming from Rusizi? Is that where you worked? Why had you gone to Rusizi? I worked in Rusizi and I was coming home in Kigali. I was working in Techno and I used to sell phones. And I was coming home in Kigali. So we found people. Then they stopped us. They told us to stop. The driver told us. And the driver told us that this could be an armed group stopping us, and we all became curious to see. So we all looked forward, we looked ahead, but we hadn't stopped. Then they started shooting at us. There was a young child who was around 12 years next to us. They shot the child, and the child fell down. They shot us a lot. And Gimba told me to go to take cover under the chair. Before I went under the chair, they shot and they shot me at the arm, and Gimba was also shot. But I was still curious to see. And Gimba was pushing me under the chair. That's when they shot him. They shot him. And Gimba told me, "I've been shot." I felt I had been shot too, but I was afraid. So the driver is still moving. I don't know if it was a grenade but I felt like the bus had been lifted off the ground. You can speak loudly, just speak a little bit slower for the registrar to take notes. So the bus was still moving. As we moved ahead, something hit the bus. I was under the chair and I felt something lift the bus off the ground. from the place of the forest, when the bus was rolled, so many people had fallen, so many were crying out. There was a child who was crying behind me. And when the bus was moved, when the bus rolled, I saw that the child was crying, but the mother had died. Ivan told me, let's stand and move. And as we moved, they were still shooting us. Did you know Ivan before that incident? Yes, I worked with Ivan. There were young people who were in their 20s. They were in our age group, and they were the ones shooting at us. And they had surrounded the bus. The bus rolled. Ivan told me, stand and let's go. And I said, where are we going? I said, where are we going? And he said, let's just move. He took my hand and I couldn't stand. Ivan couldn't move because his leg was off. So because the bus had rolled, we fell in the forest and a tree branch pierced me on the side. So we moved and they still shot at us. I remember I remember I was in a vest and a pair of pants. Ivan was bleeding a lot, and I took a jacket that I had on top of my vest and I covered him. I just tried to help him. I didn't have the strength. I was scared, very scared. And then we covered Ivan, and there was a man who was behind us, and I asked him to help. I didn't have the strength. They shot that man who was coming right away. So I ran. I left Ivan there. I ran. I was with another girl and someone else, another man who was helping me tie Ivan, bind him. But Nyungwe is a terrible forest. It was my first time to be in that forest. Ever since I was born, I have never experienced war, except what we hear around the genocide in the time of commemoration. I had never experienced anything like that before in my life. So I went through the forest, terrible forest, and we kept moving. At 5:40, I didn't know there was actually, I didn't even know there was no network in the forest. I sent a message to someone and told them they have shot at us and I think we're going to die. I left that message hoping that one day they would discover that. I sent that message at 5:40. We went and reached the forest. I got very tired. And I told the people, can we take a seat? Can we sit here? But you would go and then come back. There was no way. It's full of water and grass, and there's some animals inside. So we sat in the water. There was a flowing river, if I could call it that, and that's where we sat. Around 7 p.m. it started to rain. It rained and we stayed there. We sat. I didn't know that I had been shot, but I felt blood flowing because of the tree branch that had pierced me, but I didn't think it was a gunshot. So we sat there by the water and we kept thinking, whoever comes to look for us, they will not come by that stream of water. So we decided to sit there. Can they give her a bottle of water, please? We sat, and then nightfall came. I spent the night in the forest. Take a drink first. We spent the night in the forest, and around 4 a.m. I became paralyzed. I didn't know that I had been shot. I didn't know these things. My body was full of tree branches. I had wounds everywhere because I was wearing a vest. I had tree branches inside. I told the people who were with me, please carry me to the road if you can. And they said yes. I was with a girl who was attending a wedding in Kigali. Her name is Media. She's the one who held me. She held me the whole night. And I was bleeding. I just kept feeling it was the tree branch, but I was bleeding fully. Then I had started to get paralyzed in the leg and in the back, but I kept thinking that it was the cold because it rained. It rained at 11 at night and at 3 a.m. And I said, maybe I'm feeling like this because it is cold. So they held me, that man and Media, they kept pulling me, and we reached the road. When we reached the road, I saw the Rwandan soldiers. When I saw the Rwandan soldiers, I got scared and I ran back. I couldn't trust that it was them, because the people who shot at us, they seemed to be wearing camouflage as well. They were wearing jeans and camouflage jackets, and others were either wearing camouflage pants and t-shirts. So when I saw that, I confused it and ran back. What time was it? It was at 5:30 in the morning. So you can keep drinking, it's okay. I went back to the forest, and then there came another soldier, their commander, who said, we are of your kind, we are Inkotanyi. And they put down their weapons. They pulled them down. So I came back, and I remember the previous experience. They had kept shooting, and I told them that they shot the man who had come towards us the previous night, and they said they had taken them. They had taken him. So I went, and they took us to Kigeme at the hospital. I had bled a lot, but I didn't think it was a gunshot. I didn't even have the time to process that. So we reached in Kigeme, and I had fragments in the leg, and they told me that I should go to Sehashibe, the teaching hospital, for radiography. I didn't spend time. They bandaged me, and then I went back home, and I would always have to come back. So I lived in a very difficult life after that. I had a future. I was working hard. I had a job. I went to Cyangugu for a job. I had a family I was taking care of, and I had to leave. But some people decided to change my life. I grew up with wounds in my mind. But they decided that Alice should be involved in their issues, and it's not my business. I'm a Rwandan woman who had a job, who wanted to go back to school, who wanted to study and graduate and have a life, make a living. But they decided. So I remember when we were in Kigali the following day, I saw videos of people like Sankara, who I want to meet, who were saying that they had taken Nyungwe. They thought they had taken Nyungwe, but I was among the people who were taken. I am still alive and I have a great country and I'm still here. They have taken me backwards. I can't do anything. I can't do any business. But I'm well. I have a problem. I always say it when I talk to someone, when I meet someone and I can talk to them, I tell them my ordeal, what I went through. I have never recovered from that experience. My mind is always in that forest. It was my first time to experience a gunshot. It was my first time to see blood flow like that. It was my first time to see someone die. And my mind has never recovered from that. I don't see how someone who was born, who has blood flowing in their veins, who is human, who would want to see such evil work done, causing death, bloodshed on other people done on them. I ask myself, why did that child die? Why did the mother of that baby die on that bus? If it's too hard for you, we can let you sit, and if you don't feel like you can carry on, we can let you sit and then you'll come back later. Do you think you can come back? Or you can carry on? Yes, I'll carry on. Please drink some water before you carry on. I don't have much more to say besides my message. I live with trauma because I hear and I see the people who played a role in the life that I live in. I would like to meet the people who played a role in where my life is. I think maybe that will heal me, but I can't forget what my eyes saw. My injuries, I was shot in the leg. There are fragments. I don't know when they'll be removed. I have a back problem because of that tree branch that pierced through my back. It left me with a back injury. I can't stand long. Yet before, what I used to do was to stand long. I can't wear high heels like all the other girls. I don't have any treatment beyond what I received. I need to go through radiography to see if I still have those fragments. How do you feel now? The fragment is in the leg. Where were you wounded? It's in the leg. Besides where the tree branch went through, I was shot in the leg. If you can pass those images to us. I'm also asking for the people who are denying that this never happened in Nyungwe, if they could approach to us and explain to us, they should come to us and we explain to them. It always takes us back when people deny what was done to us in the Nyungwe forest. Can you show us, as you brought the pictures, the images, if you can show us for us to see well? Is there anything else that you want to tell the court? No, nothing. What I'm asking for is to see Sankara and RUSESABAGINA. Thank you for the information that you've given to the court. Is there any other person who has a question, who wants to ask Kaitesi anything? I don't see anyone. You might take your seat. Some you will see. Can we call Nyirayumve Eliane? You can remain in the hall. Even though you've given your testimony, you can remain here. Good morning, Eliane. Your names are Eliane Nyirayumva. Your parents' names? My father is Fabian and my mother is Valeria. I was born in 1985. Where do you live? I live in Gitwasel, Gasai, the sector of Karengera, and in Nyamasheke. You are also claiming for compensation. If you have followed this hearing, it was requested that you could present to the court, so we'll give you time to explain to us. You can start by telling us the problems that you faced in the Nyungwe.
I am one of those who rendered widows by those terrorists in the forest of Nyungwe. I have 4 children and I was 3 months pregnant at the time when my husband died. I was waiting for him to come back from home, from work rather. That he was on the 15th at night. I was, somebody rang me at 3, or rather at 9 p.m. and they said, well, your husband had been shot and is now dead. And it was very hard for me. I just didn't even believe it at first because I said, well, he was coming home. So on the 13th, the family went, members of my family went to the Kigali hospital and they found him dead, that he had died. And they asked for the body. It was a Sunday. And they were given the body. And we buried it. So I have been 5 children that I bring up on my own. I have to go to school. My life is now like at a standstill. So I come before the court to ask for justice so that I may be able to send my children to school. Also, I had to move when my husband died. We were in the process of moving and first of all repairing our house, and upgrading it, and unfortunately all that is stopped. So give the lady some water, please. So your husband were coming from Kigali to Cyangugu.
yakoreraga i Kigali.
yakoreraga Bugesera curuza imbaho.
He was in Bugesera. That was his workplace, or rather, and he would sell his woodwork. In fact, he will sell wood products to Kigali. And okay, so anything else you want to add to tell the court? No. Well, thank you. Now, is there anybody who wants to ask a question to the lady about her testimony? I see no one. We thank you. You may sit. Go back to your seat, but please don't go away because there are papers that we wish you to sign. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, I think we'll take a 15-minute break, and it is now 10:45, so 15 minutes break, the court adjourns.
urukiko.
The court. All right. I think those who are suing for damages have been heard. I think now the prosecution may come forward and answer questions that were asked the previous time or the last time the court sat. You have the floor.
Murakoze nyakubahwa Perezida.
Thank you, Your Honor. I thank the members of the bench for this opportunity to comment on what the previous session has said. Nsabimana Kalista alias Sankara said in his defense, he listed all the cases where he had to appear before the court in 2020 and again in April 2020 and again on the 12th of June. And he said that during those appearances where he appeared alongside his lawyer, Nsabimana Karis had explained what he had been accused of as per his dossier. And he said that he admits what he has been accused of, and Metro Maurice, who had defended him, also admitted that he had pled guilty of what had been accused of at various stages from the time he was in temporary detention up to now, when he admitted his guilt and he asked for forgiveness. Calixte himself had written to the court in his write-up on page 223 and paragraph 4, entitled Admitting Guilt and Asking for Forgiveness. And he said, Your Honor, I admit all the accusations and I'm guilty of all the charges, and I ask for pardon. Also, in 2020, when he also spoke before the court, he had also admitted his guilt. And he had explained that the accusation is right on a number of charges and counts, especially as regard his own responsibility. But we have found, or the prosecution finds, that his admission of guilt leaves out certain elements on, especially as regards his earlier imprisonment and all the subsequent stages as well. And we found that some of the language that he used is not exactly coincident with what was written in the accusation. And for example, joining an illegal armed group, he said, Calixte said, and also wrote in his write-ups and in the various appearances before the court, he said that he does not admit having created an illegal armed group. He said he joined an existing armed group, that he joined FLN on the 15th June 2019, and that FLN existed already because it was created in 2016 as a group within CNLD Ugiyunge. He said he did join an illegal armed group, but he had joined an existing group. His lawyer said that what he had been accused of, that is, creating an illegal armed group and joining an illegal armed group, and as had been explained in 2018, he joined in 2018, as has been explained, and Article 459 of the Criminal Code is what should apply. This is a 2012 law which established the Code of Criminal Justice. And therefore, the statement by the accused contradicts the accusation. He was accused of being a founding member of an armed group that is part of the larger group MLCD. He said that FLN was created in 2016, but it is not a fact. What was set up at that date, during that year, it's CNLD Ugiyunge. When General Rigategeka separated from FDLR FOCA. FLN, of which Nsabimana Calixte is accused of being the founder, was founded during the time that his party, or after his party joined the larger group in 2018. LRM, which he created, wanted to send fighters in Congo to join CNLD Ugiyunge fighters and be joined together for the purpose of fighting. And FLN was created in 2018. And therefore, there was evidence, especially as regard Nsabimana Kalis and Paul RUSESABAGINA's dossier. What is written in that dossier is clear. RUSESABAGINA, for example, when he appeared in 2020, he explained that at the time, CNLD fighters had been withdrawn from the FDLR, or was a splinter group of FDLR, and I saw young men coming to join our group, but I don't know how they were recruited. When those young men came, the two groups joined and became the Force de Libération Nationale. And then CNL people were asked to find a new name, and they suggested FLN, and we said fine. And Nsabimana Kalis and members of FDLR Humure, we all joined together and created this new group. Therefore, when Nsabimana Kalis was asked by the prosecution in 2019, and twice during that year, and it's written in his dossier, we asked him to clarify, and he said, we founded FLN because we found it to be the best way to pressure the government of Rwanda to agree to negotiation. And very, very many times they had said, the government of Rwanda had said that they cannot meet and discuss with us. Therefore, Nsabimana Kalis and Paul RUSESABAGINA both agreed that Nsabimana Kalis is one of those who is a co-founder of FLN, which is a branch of MLCD at the time when the two groups joined hands. So he said that in May 2018, the two groups had joined, merged, which means that FLN was created between April and May 2018. And Nsabimana Kalis is one of the founders. He's not just a member who joined an existing group, he's a creator of that group. Further, the two accused, as regards the creation of FLN, the FLN group, it shows clearly that Nsabimana Kalis had a role in the founding of this new joint group. And in fact, it was, as we were said, in 2018, in July, the statement that was signed by Nsabimana Kalis himself as a second vice president of MLCD and a spokesman for FLN. On page 2 of that statement that he signed is, we read, we created the Force de Libération Nationale for the purpose of and so on. So this is, he said, we created. He himself made a statement which he signed himself, and it was in that statement affirming that he was a co-founder of FLN. Therefore, Nsabimana Kalis is clearly found to have been a founder of that branch, armed branch. when and this is an illegal group that he created and did not join as just a member. Further, Simon Akali is accused under 457 of the law of the 2nd February, which is the criminal code of criminal justice. And therefore, the prosecution agreed with him that the law that was the basis of the legal process was not the correct law, but it is the one that was published in the National Gazette and following at a date later than when he joined or created this group. So this law is no longer valid, so we shall follow Law 01-2 of February 2012, where Article 459 is an article that applies to their case of concerning joining or being a member of an illegal armed group. As regards the second count, terrorism, just a moment, there is a question from the court, the bench. Before you proceed, Your Honor, before he proceeds, I have a question regarding FLN and how it was created. Concretely, that's my question, concretely, CNLD was disbanded and a new group was created, or they just changed names and stopped being CNLD and became FLN? Can you clarify? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam, for your question. This is what happened. RDM joined MLCD. LRN brought their fighters, 30 members of the armed group, as Sankara said, from Uganda, and they joined. And therefore, the 30 and the existing CNLD fighters were joined, and they formed a new group called FLN. Now, as regards the name FLN, as RUSESABAGINA said, there was what he called a college of presidents, and the college asked the fighters to find a suitable name for the new group, and they gave the name that that was, in fact, the previous name. So that their previous name became now the general name for both of them. Both groups joined. All right. Now, the CNLD and FLN joined. Was one group disbanded in order to form this new one? Because my question is, how did they lose their name, and what were the consequences? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Madam. No, they were not disbanded. They were simply joined, or they were in fact strengthened, we should say, with a new batch of fighters. The way they had shared the responsibilities. CNLD was the armed branch, has always been the armed branch. So that armed branch was joined with these new arrivals, new recruits, and they became a bigger group that remained with that name, or kept that name. Thank you. Now, another question. In 2018, May 18, have these new recruits arrived by that time? Yes, they had. Yes, Madam, they had. The file or the evidence shows that they arrived in April. Nsengimana Herman arrived in April. The others arrived a little later, but in the same month of April. Thank you. I think we need to explain this point clearly. When we say disband, guseswa, that may have been possible. But in fact, what happened is that there was a merger of the LRM troops, which joined the existing groups and created a new group that is now under MRCD. And a new name was found for this new group. The College of Presidents or Chairmen were asked the soldiers or the fighters to find a new name. Now, as you know, the group was CNL, Dugiyunye, Peder, Humure, and then LRM. These three groups now had each a representative of the College of Presidents. And since CNL, there was the one that had a branch, an armed branch, it was then decided that the three groups, especially the Sankara's men who were new arrivals, and they joined together, and they were, of course, no longer CNLD. They got a new name because, in fact, it was a new formation with the arrival of these new groups. And therefore, the fighters were asked to find a name, and they did, and it was accepted. Now, CNLD, when they joined together with Pederi Humure to create MLCD, and then LRM joined them as well, at that time already they were looking for a new name, but the new name had not been found or had not been applied. So there was then General Iratejeka, General Hamada, and others were asked to find a name. And in fact, RUSESABAGINA has already testified to this, that it was decided that FLN, Force de Libération Nationale, National Liberation Forces, will then be the new name. And as we said earlier, from the time that LRM brought their own troops and they were joined with the existing forces of CNLD, that became a new group, or a new armed group, Force de Libération Nationale, FLN, which was now dependent upon MRCD as their armed branch. Very well, thank you. We note your explanations. I think these explanations have been given, but new questions are asked, and let us take what you were telling us. In fact, the point you want to make is that the new recruits, the 30 that were brought into the group, they joined the existing group, and they created a new group with a new name. All right, so then this is how FLN was born. Is that so? Yes, yes, Your Honor. Yes, it was a new group with a new name, FLN. And in fact, it was not a new name for CNLD. It was just a new separate group that was given that new name. Thank you, says the President. We shall note what you've just said. Thank you. Now, as regards the political aspect of this case, Nzamana Kalix, in his defense, said that he did not know how terrorist attacks were prepared or carried out. Because he said you have to ask the fighters themselves, of the FLN fighters. He agreed that he did propaganda and other statements that he made, and in fact he always said he was proud of the attacks, and he called the Rwandans to embrace the cause. That he admitted. Also, the only thing that he disagrees with is that he was not involved in the preparation of the attacks. terrorist attacks on Rwandan territory. But the language he used in his statements varied somehow when it came to what he said during his interrogations. On the 20th last month, he said, before we attacked Nyungwe, there was pressure that we have to do something. And then there was a meeting with me, Barnabe, RUSESABAGINA, Wilson, and we were asking about attacks. And before the attack on Nyabimata, we had a meeting of the Politburo, and we agreed who should lead these attacks. That is Barnabe. And Barnabe said, oh, I'm going to spoil the Christmas or New Year's for Inhotanyi. And so I asked Java, who is Oni Jeva, that is the northern district of our activities, and he said that this is the way the boys have crossed the road. I said, but who? And he sent me photos of two Omega buses, and then a bluish car, and he said that we have attacked these cars. Okay, so now it shows, Your Honor, that Nsabimana Kalis was one of the leaders, or at least one of those who gave orders for the attacks, terrorist attacks. And as was said during, in the accusation, he was one of the College of Presidents representing MLCD FLN, and he was second vice president. And the prosecution has already shown evidence that proves that it's the College of Presidents, MRCDS FLN College of Presidents, that gave the orders, because they were the supreme commanding structure. And they're the ones who gave the instructions and also the resources to carry out the attacks, and they are the ones who received the reports. And as Kalist was second vice president, that has also been confirmed with RUSESABAGINA during his interrogations. During his interrogation of 2020. September 2020, he made a statement. In this statement, he said that RUSESABAGINA, Nsabimana, Irategeka, and Barnabe were in command, and therefore he was one of the senior officers of FLN. He was a major by rank, and his responsibility was to be a spokesman for FLN. Therefore, based on these explanations, Your Honor, it is clear that Nsabimana Kalis had a role in the terrorist attacks on Rwandan territory, where terrorist activities included killings, armed robbery, and arson, and similar activities. And Nsabimana Kalis was one of those who used to pressure General Barnabe to prepare new attacks. And he said that there was a meeting of the College of Presidents where this pressure was put into practice through the organization of attacks. And so the college, they are the ones who gave instructions to the fighting men, and the fighting men then began organizing the attacks. Nsabimana Kalis is also the one who used to sign the statements reporting on the terrorist acts, and in fact he was very proud and bragged about them very openly. This is all in his file. The further, there are other signs that he was not just a man obeying orders, that he tried to claim during his trial, but that he was And there's evidence for that. He was sufficiently powerful and higher up in the command that he was one of those who planned the attacks, who organized them, and conducted all these activities. On another point, he said that he couldn't say anything because he was afraid of being killed. Well, that's not true, because none of these felon soldiers could kill him. He explained himself that he was in the Comoro Islands at the time. There was no other armed person or no other soldier or fighter, and there was no threat of death at all at that time. No threat of assassination, nothing at all like that, and therefore this is invalid. Another point is that the fact that he said that he joined an existing armed group, that in any case is moot, because his activities and clear involvement is obvious. Thank you, sir. Now, says His Honor, you gave only one example of the Nyungwe attack. What about the other attacks? Was he involved? Did he know about them? Because you only spoke to one terrorist attack. Thank you. Now, Your Honor, everything that FDL did, it is the president, the College of Presidents who gave the orders. They met frequently. This college, Simon Akadix was one of them, and these are the ones who gave the orders and planned the attacks or other activities. And when the activities have been carried out, they are the ones who received the report. So what he said, Simon Akari said that he didn't know when the attacks were conducted. Well, that is not the point. The point is that he was one of them who gave the orders, who planned and gave the orders, and then of course the field people will do the field work, strategize, organize, and then they receive the report. Simon Akaris, along with RUSESABAGINA and others. But we can also find the exact spot in the report, sir, where he admitted that. Yes, no, just given, we want to know whether there are other examples of attacks that he was involved in. Thank you, sir. While we are still at this issue regarding especially the press statements that he made himself or signed or even proclaimed directly, whether it is a Nyungwe or the Nyabimata attack, there was always a statement, and Sabimana Kalix alias Sankara was the one who emitted those statements and signed them. We mentioned only the Nyungwe attack, Your Honor, just to illustrate the fact that his statement that he gave no orders, it is incorrect. He himself will proclaim and say, well, for a few days now we've been pressuring these people so that they attack. We told them, oh, do something. And he said that. He also said, Jeva told me, I am going to spoil, General Barnabe said, I am going to ensure that in Hotanyi, the Rwandan army, have a bad New Year. So that he knew he could not have bragged about it before it happened, and then turn around and claim that he didn't know. So it is the College of Presidents who gave instructions. And you can see they use even to be pressured to do something, to act, so that it is obvious that the College of Presidents was the one that planned everything. And this is why in our response we insisted and dwelt somewhat on this Nyungwe attack to illustrate his responsibility in the planning and the giving of orders. Your Honor, with your permission, unless there is another question, we shall proceed to the third count on. We will remember that the prosecution explained that Sankara was involved in terrorist activities. And in his defense, whether written or oral during the trial itself before the court, Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara admitted the counts of this accusation and his involvement in these activities. However, sir, although Nsabimana admitted his role, later on, the prosecution, while analyzing his defense and analyzing what the law says about his activities and his defense, especially Article 19, Paragraph 1, and Article 2, Paragraph 2, Paragraph 4 of the 2018 law of 13 July that provides for crimes of terrorism. These two paragraphs defined what terrorism is, especially subparagraph A, where it says that terrorist acts are any acts, illegal acts that attack the life or threaten the life, the peace, the security of people, and can cause damage or death or damage to government property or private citizens' property, the natural resources, the environment, or traditional culture or cultural properties. Now, threats, terrorizing people, pressuring the government, threatening the security and well-being of the citizens, and to carry any violent act or illegal act, following orders to do these things, to prevent people from going about their work, to prevent government services, or to disrupt the peace and create insecurity, threatening the government or government institutions, and so on. Now, Article 2 B says that define terrorism as any act that promotes, supports, aids, leads, encourages, tries, or threatens, or plots, or support through contributions, any such act that aims to carry out activities defined under subparagraph A above. It says, therefore, sir, that these are activities that are illegal, that are normally illegal in the ordinary laws of Rwanda, but they were carried out as described in subparagraph A. And subparagraph B describes people who may not have been on the ground carrying out these terrorist activities, but contributed somehow, either supported them or aided them or gave them the means and resources without necessarily being the ones on the ground. And so this is how it is. So terrorism being guilty of terrorism concerns people who actually participated directly or aided and abetted such terrorist activities, as Article 4, paragraph A and B say. Sir, Your Honor, Article 19 of the law that we have just described provides that anyone who takes part or attempt to take part in terrorist activities is also guilty, and if convicted, he will be a prison sentence of between 15 and 20 years. So, Your Honor, article, or rather paragraph 1 of this article, when the second paragraph of Article 19, it says that anything that is carried out under paragraph 1 of Article 19, anyone convicted of such crimes as described here under 19 will be condemned to a prison sentence of 15 and 20, between 15 and 20. So the second paragraph is specific to leaders and all those who have a hand in such terrorist activities. So Article 19, sir, first paragraph, subparagraph 1, provides for the punishments of any and all act of terrorism are described in the paragraphs you just described of 19. Based on this, the prosecution has already explained this in their accusation. And these include beating, wounding, stealing, and other violent activities that are done under the description of the Terrorist Act and the article we cited above, where that is Article 46 of 2018, August 2018, which defines the terrorist activities and also the punishment provided for specifically under paragraph 2, subparagraph 4. Describe how they are punished or their sentence as prescribed under Article 19. So then, sir, there is here evidence and conclusive evidence that these people are guilty of terrorism and will, if convicted, be punished under Article 19, as we have just described. If there is no question, sir, on what we have just said, just a moment. Are you saying that he is not charged under terrorism only, but there are other terrorism? No, he's not specifically accused of this, and we will not ask for him to be sentenced under this. Thank you. Now, the next charge or count is giving instruction for the commission of a terrorist act. Someone is in Proceed. Thank you, sir, Your Honor. Whether in the written conclusions or his defense before the court, he's accepted or pled guilty, but he said that he was not in charge of instructions. He said that he's a senior command, the soldiers who were giving these instructions. He said, I agreed, all I did was that they should attack, just in a general. But the specific command as to what activities to carry out, it was the high command of the council, or in which he was a vice president. So, but on 13th August 2018, or the law of 2018 say that anyone who gives instructions either directly or indirectly, knowing that these are orders given to a terrorist group, or anyone who contributes to giving orders to such groups, will be punished as the law provides. As we said above, the ones who were given these orders were the ones who gave orders are known. They are the people who are members of this commanding group, so that Semanakaris would relay the instructions from the high command to the fighting forces command. So, as we said above, on Article 21. Article 21 provides that anyone who receives instructions in connection or under the command of a terrorist order or organization is also guilty, because you cannot be given instructions to go and support a group, an armed group, or in the interest of an armed group. You are part of that process, because there is no way you can be outside a terrorist group and then receive and carry out instructions from that group, either in support of the armed group or in some other support, some other interest, rather interest of that group. So based on Article 21 and the evidence that we brought before the court, it is obvious that Semanakaris gave instructions to those terrorist groups under MSDFLN. Therefore, Article 21 does not apply, because Article 21 says that people who receive instructions to aid or somehow abet a terrorist groups, anybody who aids and supports and abets, as this article provides for, are outside people who are not part of this structure, which is not the case for Nsabimana, and therefore, because he was within that group, and therefore this issue of outside help does not apply to him because of his clear status within the group. Very well, I think it's clear. Are you saying that you find that he was not an outside person, and he was not giving orders to outside persons, but to this particular terrorist group, and therefore his case is clear? He was not an outside support. On just a moment before you move to number 5. Were you using MLZ and FLN as title, or both of them? Is there a dash? Please explain. No, yes, sir. This is what we're going to deal with now. All right, then go ahead, says the president. Go ahead. Thank you. Now, count number 5. He's accusation number 5, being a member of a terrorist group. He admitted being a member of such a group because he explained how he joined MLCD, and he also said how he joined FLN as a fighting group. He said he joined MLCD as a political party, and he explained how he later joined FLN as a fighting group, an armed group. And this armed group belonged to MRCD as its armed branch. This is the fact. This is a fact. We had already shown, Your Honor, as you know, that MRCD and FLN were treated separately in our accusation, but later on the two groups joined together. When they joined together, then we said, as a prosecution, we said that whether it's MRCD or FLN, they are joined in one group. No, it is a fact that at the beginning we accused them as separated, but later on they joined and we joined them, and now we shall treat them as one joint group. Now, of course, Nsabimana Kalix admits having been in both MRCD, FLN. He admits being members of these groups. But being in the armed branch does not necessarily mean that you are in both. In Nsabimana Kalix, alias Sankara, is a special case because he admitted being in both of them, MRCD and FLN. So for him, the issue does not arise because he was a member of both, a member of the political branch and also the fighting group. And this is what we said in our accusation when it came to the joint accusation with the RUSESABAGINA. And we said that in this case, we should henceforward deal with MRCD FLN as one group. As regards being a member of the terrorist organization, as we said above, Nsabimana Kalix gave an explanation that coincide perfectly with the accusation from the prosecution. And sir, you will remember that among his explanations, there were additional information, additional data and details that he gave over and above what was contained in the accusation by the prosecution. So he has admitted guilt. He said he was a member of a terrorist group, and his defense also was clear, and we have nothing to add on this except to agree with his pleading, and nothing else to be said about that. Can we move to number 6? Yes, thank you. Number 6 is participating in a terrorist group and recruiting people to take part in a terrorist group. Simon Akaris agreed. He said he mobilized and propagandized among the members to recruit fighters. And he also asked people to make financial contributions and other support. He also admitted that he did a lot of work among the young, recruiting them, or rather interesting them in moving the group. He also we admitted this accusation, and his defense is also accepted by us. As regards number 7, that is contributing to terrorist activities, he accepted that he is the one who gave orders, or at least instructions and directions, and he admits that he contributed to this, but his degree of responsibility should be reviewed, because he doesn't think he's responsible at the same degree as the leaders. Now, Your Honor, we have analyzed his activities and his role in the killings and other terrorist activities by MRCD-FLN. We find that since he was one of the leaders, and he is therefore guilty, because Article 7, paragraph 4, and Article 46, paragraph 19, subparagraph 18, on terrorist activities, we see that Simon Akaris was not accused in Article 56, subparagraph 18 of 2018 on the punishment of terrorism. In fact, he's not just a member or a contributor, but an originator of such acts, and he will be punished if convicted under Article 19, or rather Article 46, subparagraph 19, as the prosecution had already provided evidence for. Therefore, on this count of participating in terrorist activities, he will not be accused specifically of that, but he will be accused of terrorism in general. Terrorism, including killings and assassinations. This is what he's accused of. So he will not be. He's not accused under this latter activities of aiding or abetting. Now, as Article 27 of Law 59, Article 59, Article 26 of August 2018 provides this account is punishable by the death penalty or rather, this count accuses him of having killed and massacred the population, as he said. And therefore, as the prosecution had already said, Calixte Nsabimana was not only the leader, but also the fundraiser and of these terrorist activities, whose activities included killings. And therefore, terrorism as described by the law, especially the article on terrorism that we have just read above, shows that Nsabimana Calixte should be responsible, directly viewed as being directly responsible of this crime. And therefore, he's not a contributor or an accomplice, but he is the instigator of terrorism activities as provided for under paragraph 2, subparagraph 4 of the law on terrorism. As regards the just a moment. I think it's time for a break. We shall now adjourn, and then we will begin with you at 1 o'clock. We resume. The court is adjourned.
urukiko.
Please sit.
urukiko rusubukuye iburanisha ubushinjacyaha mwakomezaho.
The court resumes. Prosecutor, please go ahead. Resume from where you were. Okay, court fees in Konenavus.
Murakoze nyakubahwa Perezida namwe nyakubahwa abacamanza.
Thank you, Your Honor. We thank the members of the bench. We had arrived at number 8 on our list of charges. So this concerned kidnapping, hostage taking, and abduction. Simon Akayist agreed, or rather admitted, that they did kidnap people, and I remember he didn't know exactly what will be the term, because they didn't keep them. They just abducted them and then released them. So he was worried that the charge under which he was accused was not exactly the one that he committed. So he said that he did kidnap people, but he requests the court to find an appropriate term for that kidnapping or abduction. He did ask that question, and then he said that what he had been accused of is not exactly what he committed, or at least the terminology wasn't correct. So the court found that abduction and the article of 2018, which is the code of the criminal code, and also the law of 2018 on terrorism. The prosecution has found that the appropriate terminology for his crime is taking people away against their will. And the article of August 18 on terrorism, as well as Article 156 of the law of August 2018 under the criminal code. He says that anybody who abducts somebody, have them abducted or sequestered against their will, is culpable and will be imprisoned for a term of 5 to 7 years. If it's a child, it is between 7 and 10 if he's convicted. If a person has been abducted or taken away against their will, as we've just, under the article we just mentioned, so if it concerns children and endangers their security, and therefore it is obvious that it is a more serious crime if it concerns children. And therefore, since FLN abducted people, kidnapped people, held them against their will to terrorize them in order to pressure the government into negotiating with the FLN. Therefore, Nsabimana is guilty under Article 19 of the law of August 2018 concerning crimes of terrorism. I think this means that Nsabimana Callixte, as we have explained earlier when we discussed terrorism under Article 19 on terrorism, this would mean that abducting people or taking them away against their will is what Nsabimana should be accused against. Therefore, the terminology should change, and he will be accused, as just explained, meaning abduction as acts of abduction and not necessarily acts of not acts of terrorism in this particular case.
Your Honor, and the bench, Callixte also pleaded guilty for defaming Rwanda on the international scene, and he did that for 6 years, from when he was working on Radio Itahuka in 2014 and 2015. That's where he held the propaganda against the government of Rwanda before Rwandans and the international community. When the prosecution looked at his defense on this, in regards to the charge on this crime, he pleaded guilty. We're now looking at genocide denial crimes, the genocide against the Tutsis in 1994. Nsabimana Callixte, in his defense, he combined his defense on all these crimes that we're about to mention. He pleaded guilty to those crimes before the court, and he expressed to the court that he committed those crimes and even asked for pardon. On the 12th of March in 2021, when he was explaining himself in court, he explained how he used to say that the genocide was started by the person who killed President Habyarimana by bringing down the plane. And he used to deny the genocide by saying that the genocide was used by the government today as a tool. So he pleaded guilty to having said all these things, and he said that he spoke against the genocide against the Tutsi. He denied it on different radio platforms. So, Your Honor, and the bench, the prosecution accepted his guilty plea on all the crimes, and we have no further comments, but ask the court to consider his pleas. If you may, Your Honor, we can proceed to the next crime. Thank you, Your Honor. The 11th crime that the prosecution accused in court against Sabimana Kalist, alias Sankara, it is the crime of collaboration in theft using armed weapons. In his defense, whether in the written submissions and his court appearances on the 13th of April 2021, Sabimana Kalist accepted all these accusations, pleaded guilty, and asked for pardon, saying that the soldiers who stole were MRCD soldiers. And in his explanation before the court, he said that he was the vice president of MRCD FLN, and he was the spokesman of the army of MRCD FLN. And his explanations, he said that he personally didn't give any instructions to steal. But if anyone gave those instructions, it should be the senior soldiers, the generals who led that army of FLN, including General Moran. Your Honor, in this defense, the prosecution finds that the terrorists of the FLN armed group stole using weapons, and they stole different items, as it was explained in the charges, and they even gave facts in the hearings. These acts were committed in different places at different times. The testimonies and the defendants who claimed compensation, they also claimed compensation based on the different things that had been stolen from them by the FLN terror group. So these acts were committed by the members of the FLN terror group. And Sabimana Kalist was one of the senior leaders, as we had said it. He was the vice president. The prosecution finds that since he accepted those acts and took responsibility of those committed acts as a person who was the leader, the prosecution finds that this is what had been accused against him. We were not implying that he personally stole, but we accused him for being responsible as a leader of the MRCD FLN terror group. And we are basing his role on that, as we will express it later. After further analysis of the acts in the crimes committed, vis-a-vis what the law provides, the law states that the naming of those specific crimes and those acts, as the law provides, as we have mentioned earlier, when you look at Article 19 and Article 2, Paragraph 4 of Law 046/2018, based on those articles, the prosecution finds that it is the right naming, and it is stealing using armed weapons as an act of terrorism. So based on Article 2, Paragraph 4 of Law 046/2018, which talks about the law against terrorism, and even Article 70 in the punishments, we demonstrate that stealing using armed weapons is generally against the law, is an act against the law, it's a crime. So for that having been used in terrorism acts, as we have just explained, the right naming is what we have just expressed. Stealing using armed weapons. So we find that his defense, when he expressed his role in the crimes that he's being charged, we find the court, we ask the court to maintain the naming of that crime. Instead of saying that he collaborated in stealing using arms or weapons, it should be considered that it was his responsibility in such an act, stealing with weapons or arms.
haraho buvuze yuko ngo yeme icyaha n'ibyo ariko sinzi niba ari mu bivuze cyangwa aravuze.
So I want to clarify, did he give these instructions? Thank you, Mr. President of the court. With regards to the instructions of stealing or armed robbery, there definitely were instructions to commit this crime. That's why he's being named in question, because whether the instructions were given or not, when someone was the leader of that terror group, they are charged of terror acts committed by the people that they lead, whether the fighters or the terrorists who are under FLN. The acts committed: stealing using weapons, doing this with a plan to terrorize the people, as it was expressed in the Article 2 of paragraph 4A. Nsabimana Callixte should be punished as the leader of that terror group that used to give instructions. When you read Article 2, paragraph 4B, he doesn't necessarily have to give directly the instructions, but him being the leader and the people he leads have committed terror acts, he should be punished. But then we have to look forward and ask who specifically gave the instructions that, having presented facts to the court, having been alias Sankara, Nsabimana Callixte, having funded these terror acts, he must have definitely given instructions. So the crime that you're asking for the names to change, so you want the court to consider armed robbery in terror acts, not the former name that you had given the crime. So you are stating that because Sankara was the leader of this terror group and the people he led committed armed robbery, he should take responsibility as the leader. Yes, Your Honor. Let's carry on. The 12th crime is the collaboration in his collaboration in arson, committing arson. Nsabimana Callixte presented his defense in written submissions and also in his defense before the court. He said in his defense he pleaded guilty to the acts in this crime and asked for pardon. This is where he also explained that what was destroyed in the arson committed by the terrorists in the MRCD-FLN terror group, where he was the leader. He explained that as the spokesperson of that armed group, there were instances where he took pride in those acts committed, even though the instructions were given by General Moran. He presented to the court that after the attack in Nyungwe, General Moran promised them that the cars that had been burnt, he accepted that cars had been burnt, but people were not killed. So after that incident, they said that's an international crime and the government can file against them in the Interpol. That's the reason why they sat together and decided that the acts committed should be blamed on the government of Rwanda instead of those acts being blamed on them, because those acts are international crimes. Your Honor, in the defense of Nsabimana Callixte, it is evident that he accepted having committed the crime, and as we explained in the different crimes committed, murder, theft, and also looking at the components of this crime, the prosecution finds that the naming used in this crime of committing arson of buildings and other properties, we find that this is not the right name to do with the specifications of the crime committed. So after further analysis, the prosecution finds that the right naming that should be used should be intentionally committing arson as an act of terrorism as provided by Article 2, Paragraph 4 of Law 46/2018, the Law Against Terrorism, and also Article 180 and 180 of Law 68/2018. Arson, committing arson intentionally, abducting people. These are all acts that are against the law, and they are punishable by law in Article 180. This was done as acts of terrorism, as we explained, and as provided by Article 72, Paragraph 4. Nsabimana is accused of these acts personally, and given that he said this, he pleaded guilty as the leader of MRCD-FLN, as we had presented earlier. Given that he was also the spokesperson of the armed group of FLN, he accepted and pleaded guilty before the court. He did not deny committing any of these crimes. The prosecution agrees with the defense of Nsabimana Callixte on his role in all the acts committed in this crime. And the prosecution is asking the court is asking the court to consider a different name for this specific crime of intentionally committing arson as a tool of terrorism. And these are the implications that we've given.
Okay, ngira ngo icyo musaba urukiko gusa no.
And this is our answer. And all of these, you're saying that they go hand in hand with the acts of terrorism. And Sankara has pleaded guilty to all of these. And the prosecution is agreeing with his defense. We were just elaborating on the naming of these crimes. Yes, we can carry on. Thank you, Your Honor. We're carrying on to the 13th crime, which is creating relationships with other governments for the purpose of building their terrorism act. When we look at the defense of Nsabimana and his submission and his defense in court, when we look at what he did and the cooperation that he had with the leader of CMI in Uganda, he asked for an appointment and he was given an appointment but couldn't make it because he was in the Comoros Islands. But he accepted having sent someone. When he talks about the members of the armed group of FLN having gone to Uganda to meet General Abel Kandiho, who works for the CMI in Uganda, Nsabimana Calixte accepted his role in the acts of this crime, and he also asked for pardon. So the prosecution finds that as he pleaded guilty to this crime, it meets what the prosecution had charged against him. So, Your Honor, with regards to his defense, there is nothing we can change but say that the prosecution agrees with his defense as he pleaded guilty to these crimes. If you may, we may carry on, Your Honor. Thank you very much, Your Honor. The 14th crime is the crime of working and using documents, falsified documents. Again, on this crime, Your Honor, Nsabimana Calixte, alias Sankara, in his written submissions and his presentation in court, his defense in court, again, for this crime, he pleaded guilty and explained his role in committing this crime and also asked for pardon when he was explaining. This was during the hearing of the 12th March 2021, when he looked for documents to go to South Africa. He was planning to go to Europe, just as the Congolese used to do it. They were looking for falsified passports as they wanted to go to Ireland. And he says that that passport, the Lesotho passport that he looked for, he got it, he acquired it, and he used it in all his different travels, as he explained in detail. He went to the Comoros Islands, Madagascar, and other nations that he went to using this Lesotho passport. He was using false names, false identification, names, country, where he was born. It was all falsified, and he accepted committing this crime, and his role in the acts pertaining to this crime. The prosecution finds that we agree with his defense on this crime. We are carrying on to the next crime, if you may. I think the court hadn't asked on this crime. There's a question we hadn't asked. Him looking for other travel documents, Congolese documents or Lesotho documents, why is he accused of this crime? We did ask, what does the law provide on this crime? Can you elaborate more? If there is any explanation that you can give us beyond what you've told us. In other words, the passport of another nation that he took and changed names, how is it a crime? How is it a crime against the Rwandan law so that he should be charged? Thank you, Your Honor. This crime is not, this is not as considered as a crime of terrorism. This is a common right crime. Falsifying documents, using false identification, giving wrong information, even though it might have been given by a recognized institution, but if it is falsified, it is a crime against the law here in Rwanda. So it is punishable by law, though it may not necessarily be linked to terrorism, but he was accused of other crimes, such as the crime of denying the genocide committed against the Tutsi, not necessarily linked to terrorism, but it's a crime in its own, punishable by law. So it is in the same regard that this law, that this crime of using falsified documents is punishable by law. I feel like we're saying this because it is not prohibited It doesn't mean that a Rwandan committing a crime against a law, even though it is not done here in Rwanda, but it's against the law in Rwanda, it is punishable by law. Even if that Rwandan commits the crime outside Rwanda, if they commit a crime that is against the law, they will be punished by the law as provided by the law of punishments. So, Your Honor, as we had said, we have brought this issue because one can ask, what would be the competence of Rwandan courts in terms of following up the crimes committed outside Rwanda, such as using falsified documents in falsified ways, not speaking the truth? If this was committed in Lesotho, why can it be judged here in Rwanda? So
I don't know why you want to punish him. The passport has nothing to do with Rwanda. He applied with fake papers, but in another country. What's your problem? Yes, we said that Rwandan law punishes these crimes under Article 11. Stipulates that any Rwandan guilty of using a false identity is punished. So this is just common criminal instances of common criminality. So you're saying that any Rwandan who does something wrong in another country, Rwanda is entitled to trying him or her? Yes, sir. Yes. And he has admitted that But please specify that this has nothing to do with terrorism, but it comes under a different legislation.
nk'uko rero twari twabisobanuye Monsieur le Président kuri.
As we said, sir, the prosecution agrees with the defense and their position. So I think we have completed our answer, unless there are further questions. Thank you. Thank you, sir. We shall now move to the next count, beating and wounding of people, intentional wounding of the population. Simon said he never ordered anybody to beat up any citizen. He just told them that, in fact, they should look after them well and try to sweet talk them into joining the armed groups. So he said, in fact, it's ML, CDF, FLN that committed those crimes. That he said he never ordered them to do that. In fact, he told them the opposite. We find that, as explained above, killings, robbery, armed robbery, and other violence, all this comes under terrorism. But the accusation says accomplice in armed robbery and beatings and so on. I think we should call it beatings and other forms of violence as a form of terrorism. This fits in with the article on terrorism and also on Article 121 of the Criminal Code, which, in fact, is the article that applies whenever there is battery and infliction of wounds. So Simon and colleagues is accused of battery and willful wounding as provided for under Article 2B of the law on terrorism, and also Article 19 on terrorism as well applies. The prosecution therefore requests that the name of this count and the crime that he is accused of be changed accordingly. As regards the last count, which is receiving and encouraging others to receive the goods obtained through terrorist acts. He explained what he did. He even gave lecture talks on the radio and other media and also social media, where he would encourage people to give contribution and support FLN. And the prosecution agreed with what he said and how he explained it to the court, which accords with what he had said during his interrogation. He used to receive $1,000 per month for his own upkeep and other activities related to his terrorist activities. The court asked on the 23 or 21 March of this year about his receiving these funds and contributions related to financing terrorism. And it was again repeated in further reports. And it is clear that Nsabimana did encourage others to contribute and receive money destined for the commission of terrorist acts. And on page 22 of the accusation document, Simon Kalist has admitted this. He was accused of encouraging or asking others to contribute financially and otherwise to the terrorism and other activities. Second, he too received his own allowance for his activities, including his role as spokesperson for FLN, and also the rest of his terrorist activities. So this he has agreed to, had pleaded to this. So we agree. As to what Maitre Moise Nkundabarashi, his lawyer, said, he said that, well, he said a number of things. Well, what we want to stress is the following. One, Maitre Moise, the lawyer, said that we should review, the court should review the articles so that articles that are previous, the act committed were committed before the law that was invoked to be that they should be tried under. Your Honor, we do not really agree with Maitre Moise with this, because if you look at what Nsabimana is accused of and the time that he committed those acts and the laws that were invoked to try those acts, it's obvious that it is a law of 2013 and then that of 2019, because in fact he started earlier. In fact, he started in 2018, and Article 2, the article that we have been applying, which is of the Criminal Code of the 2018, those laws apply because Nsabimana was accused of creating or joining an illegal armed group, along with his friends and colleagues of FLN, MLCD. This happened in at a time that is really covered with this law, because all this the law is a law of 2018, and it was announced in the National Gazette in May. So therefore, all the acts that he committed, especially those regarding genocide denial and similar acts, were committed over a long period. He started on the period that he joined until March 2019, that is shortly before he was arrested, because he was arrested on 19th of April 2019. So, in fact, what I'm saying is that the laws were promulgated in 2008, before he committed all these. No, just a moment. Why is it all the counts or all or some of them that happened after the promulgation of this law? Yes, it depends, Your Honor. But, for example, joining a terrorist activity, where he joined and then he remained in there. So this is a continuous act up to the time that he was arrested. As regards propaganda in favor of his terrorist activity, well, that happened a number of times over a long period, up to March 2019. He was still signing those statements. So we're asking, therefore, that the laws under which he was tried on which Nsabimana Sankara was tried, those laws shouldn't change, because there are a lot of what he's accused of, occurred after the promulgation of the 2019 law, as regards the denial of genocide and minimization of genocide, where he continuously committed those crimes up till the time that he was arrested. And when he was arrested, Article 59, paragraph 18 of 2018 concerning genocide and acts related to genocide was already 59. Law 59 was already in application. It had already been promulgated. In fact, the 2018 law is the one that provides for lesser punishment, and between 5 and 7 years of imprisonment. Whereas Article 1116 of 2nd May 2015, that provides for 5 to 9 years of punishment. So we look for, as regards punishment, we want the law of 18. No, says the president, are there no other laws? Are there no attenuating circumstances, or rather of other issues that may come in to lessen or increase the punishment? No, sir. There are no attenuating circumstances under this. That one will have to look at the Penal Code of 2012, the previous one, but there were no, I'm talking about the 2012. If you're looking for a lesser punishment that has attenuating circumstances, shouldn't you take this one? No, Your Honor, no. Because in order to determine which is the lighter sentence or the heavier one, well, we follow the law. We follow the law. As regards attenuating circumstances, well, that comes later on, but we begin by the law that applies, and then we'll see whether there are attenuating circumstances. But we do not go necessarily for the law that provides for the lesser punishment. As regards the punishment for genocide denial, that this is the law of 2018. We've given you the reference, and we should like the court to take this into account, that Nsabimana should be punished under this article on genocide denial, which was promulgated in 2018. And he also said, he asked the court, Nsabimana asked the court that the Article 69 of 2018, this law provides, or rather, in fact, the crime was committed before 2019, and therefore it means that he shouldn't be tried under this one. So the court or rather, the prosecution says that Article 334 should apply because this is the right one to cover his crime. But with your permission, sir, my colleague will take the floor and explain further. Thank you, sir. This is the methodology that we adopted, that we should like the court to adopt, so that when we have finished the issues concerning one of the accused, then we take a decision. Or if the court prefers that we go ahead with our reply before, then, for everybody, and then we decide overall. We do not mind either way. For example, we have now concluded with Sankara. If you want to go ahead with the determination of the sentence or the request for a sentence, then we agree. You do what you prefer. Yes, sir. We thought that we should do one by one, so that each person, after having had a discussion of his case, immediately knows what we are asking as regards his punishment. Now that we have explained, just a moment. Are you now coming to the punishment, to the sentence? Well, I have a question, say the chair. As regards Sankara, you remember that when he was being interrogated, and even in court when he was answering questions, he kept saying that when a felon was created, the objective was to pressure the government into negotiation. So they say that they will attack strategic points, but also strategic infrastructure, attack bridges, close block roads, or do other things. So the question may be, these things that they wanted to do to pressure the government into negotiation, do these things qualify as a terrorists? Because the rest was explained, but do you get my point? Because he said that they just wanted to pressure the government into negotiation. They just wanted to act the army and then some other strategic points. Is this terrorism? Because for the others it is clear, but for Sankara it's, you have to clarify this. Thank you, sir. The issue is that even if you say that FLN was created in order to have a negotiation with the government, and that he said that to that end they would attack the Rwandan army, and also strategic infrastructure damage was their aim. Now, Mr. President, when they were during the pleading, terrorist activities were fully demonstrated. I think the objective is not what we should look at. We should look at what actually happened on the soil of Rwanda, whether there was anything really at all that could be suspected of leading to negotiation. Second, have they ever attacked the Rwandan army? No. So if you look at the acts that they committed, and see what he said, for example, attacking or demolishing a strategic infrastructure, and you look at Article 4, Paragraph 4, subparagraph A, the definition of terrorism, attacking infrastructure, killing people, groups of people, or damaging property, either government property or local people's property. So this damaging government, damaging damaging government property is already in the definition of terrorism. So, but what are you driving at, says the chair? Yes, we're saying that any attack on property, infrastructure, even in the environment or cultural goods in an objective of terrorizing the people or forcing the government to do this or that, or forcing the citizens, either singly or in group, at whatever level, that is acts of terrorism. Even simply interrupting basic services to the population, or simply causing worry and insecurity and all these things. But if they say that they're going to blow up bridges or electricity or installations or any other major aspects of the infrastructure, he used these words, but during the pleading and during the trial, it was demonstrated fully that what was being done, not what was said to have been done. They were not targeting the army. They were always and everywhere targeting civilian infrastructures, people, civilians, or the people who were explaining how cars were burnt and shot at and burned, and people were killed. There were this young woman who testified earlier. This is not attacking the army. They could see that these people were civilians. A whole busload of civilians were attacked and burned. So that if the objective maybe was what they stated at the beginning when they created their organizations, it is not what they did. What they did is obvious, and the evidence was provided that these were merely and purely terrorist activities. Very well. What we are aiming at is that everything should be clear, because when he is given the floor himself, he should have the idea clearly. So there is something that your friend said, your colleague, that in Sankara sometime explained that he didn't know, he wasn't aware that they were killing people doing these terrorist acts. This is what he said. I understand this is what he said, but you have to reply to what he said. He said, I never told them to go and do these things. If he didn't, supposing he didn't, how then can you link him to these acts of genocide or rather terrorism that were committed? If he said right, Your Honor, or rather, Your Honor is still speaking. You have to prove that he is guilty or responsible or connected to these acts of terrorism. You may have explained somewhere in your write-up, but please just bring it up now and connect it directly to him. Thank you. Thank you. Before we do that, I think we have other proof and other activities that we want to link to Nsabimana, because there are a number of things he said during his defense. He said that evidence was created for the purpose of getting to negotiate with the government of Rwanda. Or at another time, he said, we wanted to attack the Rwandan army and civilian infrastructures, key infrastructures, bridges and so on. before we actually demonstrate that he was responsible for them, the very fact of doing these things is act of terrorism. Article 4 was read to the court, and we may bring up something that Simon himself said. One, that he wanted negotiation with Rwanda, or the government of Rwanda. We proved to the court that FLN was created as an illegal terrorist activities, a terrorist organization. But if you have an illegal armed group, there is no way you can hope to negotiate with the government, because this is what other people are being accused of, especially those who are responsible for terrorist activities in Rusizi. A lot of them won't go back to this issue, sir, because we have already made it clear what they are guilty of. So when they went to Rusizi, for example, it was clear that they were ordered how to carry out this, how to attack the people, the local people, their property and their persons. They were told that they should first of all make FLN known to these people, but the objective was to negotiate with the government. This is what they said. But you see, Your Honor, this itself, in itself, shows their terrorist intent, as we explained under Article 2, Paragraph 4, where which describes act of terrorism and what they aim at. We have demonstrated this to the court. We have shown them that this is the reason why these are crimes, but in fact they are more than crime because they are acts of terrorism. What he said about founding FLN in order to negotiate with Rwanda, you cannot start an illegal armed group in the hope of negotiating with the government. You cannot, because what they did in Rusizi, or what the people said, the people of Rusizi said, we were able to demonstrate that in fact FLN was a terrorist activity, that was a terrorist group that was created for terrorist purposes and carried out terrorist activities, not at all with the aim of negotiating with the government. Just a moment. Yeah, can you? Yes, I think our registrar is lost. You're too fast. Where had you reached, registrar? Yes. Where you? Because you know you came to Rusizi and how it's connected, and I could see that he was a bit lost. Well, sir, this is what the point you wanted to make. As he's one of the founders of FLN. He says that he created it in order to negotiate with the government. But, Your Honor, FLN was not a meeting room. It was not a delegation to the negotiation. It was merely a terrorist armed group. Especially if we see that these people did how they attacked in Rusizi, and it was, they say themselves that they wanted their group to be known. That is, they wanted to signal their existence so that the government may take notice and be pressured to enter negotiation. Well, this is obvious. That is that what they wanted to do was to terrorize the people as a means of pressure. And this is what they did throughout. And in fact, this is all they did. Terrorism activity. They go to the people, they go and kill the people, burn their cars, wound wound and maim ordinary civilians like those who testified this morning. So they hope that by terrorizing and traumatizing the people, they will get the government to negotiate. But it's clear that the objective from the start was to terrorize the people in order to achieve what they wanted. It was so this is obvious. As Sankara said, and the court has already heard this point, as Sankara said, there was a description of how they wanted to achieve this objective of negotiation. He said, we wanted to attack the Rwandan army. We wanted to blow up bridges and roads. Fine, but isn't this exactly what the anti-terrorism law stipulates in Article 2? It says that terrorist acts against government property, ordinary people's property, and also in the objective of terrorizing them. So when you blow up a bridge, people can travel, they can move from one point to another. And this is by nature, by the very nature, an act that will prevent normal services to the people. And therefore, this ties in with the subparagraph in this article that says that preventing people from accessing government services is an act of terrorism. So this is what we're saying. There was also this announcement, I think it was a communiqué, which we presented earlier on in the proceedings. MRCD statement that says announcement or press release, yes, press release. 2018 /1. So look at page 2 of this press release. It says in paragraph, which paragraph? 3 onwards. It says, therefore, or to this end, we will fight terror. We will fight injustice, discrimination, and oppression. And we have decided as FLN to attack and fight the Rwandan army, because we are determined to liberate the country as a national liberation force. We shall topple Kagame and his government. FLN will take all measures, including army, a hot war, and other means, because Kagame will not listen to us, so we have to use force. So, Your Honor, I'm just repeating what has already been presented. Now, how I want to join this statement with what I said is that Sankara himself has expressed these ideas. He said that FLN was created in order to force the government to negotiate. And to this end, they would blow up bridges and roads and similar acts, which we demonstrated were acts of terrorism, especially as defined under the new law on terrorism. If they say that they want to create an armed group, FLN, to use all means. All means means all means, meaning including violence. And in fact, the violent end of the all means is the one that they selected, so that they attack the people, their property, their persons, wound them, government property, and also to destroy infrastructure, to impede the delivery of services to the people. It is true that there are things that had planned and they were not able to carry them out because they were interrupted or stopped. But the language uses, plus the activities that we were able to carry out, it is just so obvious that this is a terrorist organization that was created for terrorist purposes and that did actually implement terrorist activities, as we were able to demonstrate this, sir, in our interventions.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we are elaborating on this, we would like to also demonstrate from a contextual position. We want to demonstrate that as we're explaining the context, we showed the experts' submissions, writings. First, we presented Atud, who also showed. We also showed the Security Council submissions or writings. Let me elaborate more on that. Reasons, terrorism reasons that terrorists use when they want to get governments to sit down with them. They use this as a tool to evade justice. I want to look at the indictment. Please connect this to Sankara. Can we look at indictment on paragraph 34? We are connecting this to Sankara because the court was asking us what in their reports, what their purpose was to fight with the Rwandan army and destroy infrastructure, damage infrastructure. The work done with a purpose, the main purpose, if it is to instigate fear and to force the hand of the government in their favor, that is known as a terror act. The special intent that they had on the side of Sankara, as he said it in his own words, the Security Council said that it was evident that most terror groups will hide under a political vision. In the Security Council recalls with Article 1515 of 2004,
or in a group of persons or particular persons intimidate a population or compel a government or international organization to do or to abstain from doing any act which constitute an offense within the scope of and as defined in the international convention and the protocols relating to terrorism are under no circumstances justifiable by consideration of political, philosophical, ideological, racial, ethnic, religious, or other similar nature. Tubihuje na Sankara kwa Perezida duparafraje icyo Conseil de Sécurité yashatse kuvuga, yaravuze ngo ibikorwa.
The Security Council said that all acts against the law with the pretext or the excuse of political ideology or political excuses or reasons or religious reasons, these will not give a basis to the ideology if terror acts were used to propagate the so-called political reasons. So, Your Honor, in their purpose, in their objective, in their missions, saying that they wanted to sit with the government of Rwanda, using terrorism, using terror acts, as we have demonstrated, it does not save them from facing justice for the terror acts. So the decisions made by the Security Council and the defense of Sankara, all these set him for facing justice for those crimes. So are you telling us that in what he said, all these present terror acts of Sankara? Or what are you saying by mentioning the Security Council decisions on terrorism? Should we consider both or should we just consider one? Are you agreeing that they had political reasons but used terror acts to propagate their political vision? The plans they had were terror-based. What are you saying? On the side of the prosecution, this is what we're saying. When you even look at the speeches of Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara and his work and the terror acts of MRCD-FLN, all these, we haven't talked about the acts, we are talking about the plan. You told us about the acts and the crimes they committed, but we're looking at the plan. Here we are demonstrating that his role, actually, it had nothing to do with any negotiations or any meeting, actual meeting the government of Rwanda. They never engaged in any act that would facilitate negotiations with the government of Rwanda, but they immediately engaged in terror acts. So, Your Honor, the acts they committed were not political based, but they were terror based. The doctrine that we just shared was to emphasize that even if it was done for political reasons, as long as they're terror acts, even though they were to engage for political reasons, but they use terror acts of any sort, they will still be punished for terrorism. So we will take that position, but there is still another question from the court. So we are looking at that decision. The decision of the Security Council, how is it? It's binding to what level? How should that be considered amongst other facts, as Jean-Pierre has said it? The resolutions that you gave, the Security Council resolutions that you are giving, we understand that. So the court is asking, legally, what is the value of these resolutions, Security Council resolutions? This is not the first time we've been asked this question. We were asked this question even when we were presenting for the context. We demonstrated, if you can check the minutes, we demonstrated that Rwanda, as a member of the Security Council in the UN Charter, when you look at the UN Security Council resolutions, these are applicable to all the member states. What was done by Sankara, it has been evident, but even if what was done for political gains or any other political reasons, that's still the position of the prosecution as relating to the Security Council resolutions. You are going to move on to the punishments. Thank you, Your Honor. We were going to present the punishments for Nsabimana Calixte so that we conclude totally. So the request of the prosecution regarding the crimes committed by Nsabimana Calixte, the prosecution is asking the court to accept and also the court to accept that he is judged for creating an armed group illegally,
agahanishwa igihano cy'igifungo cy'imyaka 15 kuri icyo cyaha.
For that crime, he will be punished for 15 years. Nsabimana Calixte being a member of a terror group, this is judged by Article 18 of Law 46/2018 on fighting terrorism. He will be punished with 20 years imprisonment. Again, considering the law that we've just mentioned, he will be imprisoned again for 25 years. Again, he will be imprisoned for motivating people to join a terror group, and for that crime it will be punished by imprisonment of 25 years. For murder and terrorism, this is a crime punished by Article 2 and Article 37 of the law against terrorism. He will be imprisoned indefinitely or life imprisonment. Article 2 and Article 19 of the law against terrorism, he will receive imprisonment for 25 years for also spreading rumors and defaming Rwanda on the international community, to the international community. He will be punished for imprisonment of 10 years. And for the genocide denial crime,
cyerekeranye n'icyaha cy'ingengabitekerezo ya jenoside.
So for terrorism or genocide denial, and as a second account of genocide denial, and the law of 2018 on genocide ideology and related crimes, 7 years and 1 million Rwandan francs fine. A robbery with violence and terrorism activities. This comes again under the law of 2018 on terrorism. This is 25 years imprisonment. and arson and destruction of property and homes and property as a terrorist activity. This again comes under Article 19 of the article on terrorism, and this is 25 years. Plotting with government, foreign government for violence against the country. This is again the law of 2018 and of the criminal code. This is 25 years imprisonment, and as embezzlement and using a fake identity to obtain false documents. This is also punishable by a law of 2018, Article 207. This is 3 million Rwandan francs. Battery and intentional wounding and maiming. There is again a law, the Article 446 of 2018, the law on terrorism. This is punished with 7 years. Then Article 46, Paragraph 18 of the law of 2018 on terrorism, 15 years imprisonment. Article 61, Paragraph 3, subparagraph 1 and 2 of this the law of 2018 of the criminal or Code of Criminal Justice. In fact, this article describes the various crimes, but that have the same objective as terrorism. And therefore, Nsabimana plotted also with others. Plotted with others to commit the same crime, and therefore you should receive the highest punishment for all the crimes described above, that is life imprisonment. But there are other reasons that may be adduced, especially in connection with the time when he was asking to have reduced sentences or attenuating circumstances. He has already recognized his crimes. He has asked for pardon. He wants to be. He has apologized to the people of Rwanda. He has also collaborated with the court by giving us a lot of information, and has worked with the investigation to facilitate their task and complete their inquiries. Also, he's a first offender. We have nothing that shows that he has ever been condemned by a court anywhere, and therefore we should request for his sentence to be reduced. Further, as regards these false passport and identity card that he obtained from Malawi, which he obtained by false pretense, that this should also be taken into account. Also, the 3 telephones that he obtained through money contributed for terrorist acts, and these are the communication devices that he obtained. These communication devices should also be confiscated. A question. Genocide denial, do you think it is connected with his terrorist acts and terrorist activities, do you think? Thank you, sir. Yes, they do. Because if you follow what Salman explained himself, he said that the major objective was to backbite and smear Rwanda, and he just did this always. Whenever, even when something was said that was good about Rwanda, he should say something to smear it. This is a word he used to throw mud at the face of Rwanda. So I think this smearing and also the genocide denial and these other crimes that they committed in their statements and propaganda, these all come down to genocide denial, and or rather, these all come down to terrorism.
Okay, hari akabazo gato.
Yes. Sorry, there is a question that the court, the bench has, which it's important to answer. Yes. This relates to the laws again. The terrorism and terrorist acts that you described you use Article 2 of the law against terrorism, but you also use the law of the criminal code in general. But for the sentences and punishment, you use Article 2, but also Article 19 of the Terrorist Act. And you also were able to show that Article 19 does not cover exactly the crimes he have committed. Yes, says the chair. We are looking at your conclusion, because in the conclusion, in your pleading, you use those 3 articles. No, it is not that we have removed Article 19 as such. What we said was that among the count of his accusation, none comes directly under the Article 19. But we just use it a background of the Article 19 to explain that these acts that they committed are actually terrorism because there is a terrorist law. So that in order to see what type of killing is described as terrorist killing, we first have to see how killing in general is defined in the ordinary law, the penal code. So that these are crimes that were already in our books, on our books as crimes. But now, for it to become a crime of genocide or a crime of terrorism, then there has to be further elaboration on that law, and therefore it comes under the specific laws on those 2 sins. Therefore, punishment is based normally on Article 19 of the Criminal Code. That is, therefore, when it comes to Terrorism Act, there will be qualifications on this standard sort of punishment for normal law. For example, armed with robbery, armed robbery rather. Armed robbery is already in our books as a crime. But when does armed robbery becomes an act of genocide? Well, we have to go to the specific laws. You understand? So for the punishment, we can no longer come back to these acts that are in the normal criminal, by way of the normal criminal code. We use the specific law, because anybody who acted as a terrorist, it is the Terrorist Act that should apply. So we can no longer, for the sentence, invoke the ordinary criminal code to determine the punishment or the sentence. So we cited the ordinary law, the standard penal code, to just as a background to explain that this was already a crime, and now it is a crime of genocide because it has some specificity which adds to its weight as it existed in the normal code. No, we understand. We got the point. Don't read it. It says, yes, it was just a small specification, because earlier you had said that Sankara is not being prosecuted for that a particular crime that you cited, that he was that he was punishable under the penal code standard and the specific acts of under the act of genocide. She just wanted a specification. Why do you go back to the penal code, or why don't you do that? In any case, don't worry about that. The court will deliberate on this. Yes, sir. yes, I say the prosecutor. This is what we're saying is that a crime that is a normal crime, or rather a standard crime in the penal code, becomes an act of terrorism when you come to Article 2, for example, when one of these acts are committed, you are punished under 19. Okay, fine. So are you saying that there is no crime of terrorism that is not just a kind of exaggeration of the standard penal code infringements? That's what you're saying? Well, sir, Article 2, paragraph 4 provides for a definition of genocide, of terrorism. No, what the president is saying. Are you saying that the law on terrorism has no specificity, that all the laws there are also in the penal code and just take a special form? No, sir. For example, being a member of a terrorist activity or a terrorist group is not in the normal code. No. What I'm saying is that are there no specifically terroristic law acts? Yes, I understand. Okay. All right, I think we get the point. Well, your position is clear. In any case, it's up to the court to deliberate. So we're just clarifying your position. Thank you. I think they're saying that time is flying. I think maybe we should stop here. And Herman, tomorrow you will resume where we ended, because tell me that it is time. The registrar, please prepare the papers to be signed, and also those who testify this morning, please be sure to sign the papers that he will give you. Thank you. We shall resume at 8:30 tomorrow.
Vianney, Himba Vianney. Kayitesi Alice, Nyayinga Vianney.
ngira ababyeyi Desire na Habimana Zerote nabo baza bagasinya
ntabasoma sinya it's okay. Sayimana Kariste na Maître Nkundabarashi Moyize.
abaregera indishyi nabo bakwegera hano Maître Ndutiye Yusufu, Sengimana Vincent, Mundizera Bertin, Hakizimana Tatien na ba Maître Mukashiba Marie Louise, Maître Mulisa Alice, Maître Munyamahoro René.
Senyimana Herimani na Maître Rugiyo Jean. Mukandutiye Angeline Yitegura na Matakamba Jean Berkimasi.
Maître Mukashema,
Chantal.
Maître Mulisa na Maître Munyamahoro.
Sayimana Jean Damascene na Nshimiyimana Emmanuel. Nshimiyimana Emmanuel. Niyirora Marcel, Iyamuremye Emmanuel, na Bizimana Cassier na Nizeyimana Marc. Kwitonda André, Hakizimana Theogene, Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien. Sanzukire Felicien, Munyaneza Anastase, Kwitonda André, Hakizimana Theogene, Byukusenge Jean Claude, Nikuzwe Simeo, Nabanganyimana Joseph, Biramira Innocent, na Maître Ngamije Kirabo. Biramira ngiri
iburanisha ry'uyu munsi rirashojwe.